The echo of the slap didn't just fill the room. It shattered the air in courtroom 304 like a gunshot. For a heartbeat, the world stopped. The court stenographer froze, fingers hovering over the keys. The bailiff's hand drifted instinctively to his belt. In the center of the chaos stood Julian Thorne, a man worth $6 billion. His chest heaving, his face twisted in a mask of unbridled rage. Opposite him, clutching her cheek, was Alicia, the woman the world thought had everything. But the true shock wasn't the violence. It was the figure rising from the bench. Judge Margaret Vance didn't reach for her gavel. She reached for her glasses, removing them with a trembling hand as she looked down at the victim. Her voice, usually iron and ice, cracked with an emotion that terrified everyone present. "You just struck my daughter." The world knew Julian Thorne as the visionary CEO of Thorne Dynamics, the man who had revolutionized renewable energy grids in Europe and made a killing doing it. He was the golden boy of Wall Street, a man who graced the covers of Forbes and Time with a smile that suggested he knew secrets the rest of humanity was too slow to grasp. To the public, his wife Alicia Thorne was the perfect accessory to his brilliance. She was a former art curator with a shy smile and an elegance that critics called old money, even though no one really knew where she came from. They saw the photos of them at the Met Gala. Julian's hand protectively on the small of her back. Alicia gazing up at him with what looked like adoration. They didn't see the pressure of his fingers digging into her skin, leaving bruises that she would have to cover with concealer the next morning. They didn't hear the whispers in the limousine on the ride home. "You smiled too much at the Senator, Alicia," Julian had said 3 months prior, swirling a glass of scotch as the city lights blurred past their tinted windows. "It makes you look desperate. Do you want people to think I married a desperate woman?" "I was just being polite, Julian," Alicia had whispered, staring out the window, counting the streetlights to keep from crying. "He was asking about the charity auction." "You were flirting," he stated, his voice flat, devoid of room for argument. "And you will not do it again." That was life inside the penthouse at 432 Park Avenue. It was a palace of marble and glass, floating above the clouds, but to Alicia, it was a high-altitude prison. Julian controlled everything. He approved her wardrobe, he monitored her calls, and he had an assistant. A terrifyingly efficient woman named Sarah, whose sole job seemed to be tracking Alicia's credit card expenditures down to the cent. Alicia had no family to turn to. She had grown up in the foster system in Ohio, a blur of temporary homes and indifferent guardians. She had no memories of a mother or father, only a sealed file that a social worker once told her remained closed for her protection. When she met Julian 5 years ago, he had been her savior. He was older, stable, and overwhelmingly confident. He swept her out of her small apartment in Queens and into a world of private jets and summers in Monaco. But the savior had become the jailer. The breaking point didn't come with violence initially. It came with silence. It was a Tuesday in November. Alicia had discovered a receipt in Julian's jacket pocket, a receipt for a diamond bracelet from Cartier. She knew it wasn't for her. Her birthday had passed, and she hated yellow diamonds. The receipt was dated for a weekend, when Julian was supposedly in Tokyo for a merger. When she confronted him not with anger, but with a quiet, trembling sadness, Julian didn't deny it. He didn't even look up from his iPad. "Don't be tedious, Alicia," he said, scrolling through stock futures. "Men of my stature have requirements. As long as you play your part, you live a life 99% of this planet would kill for. Don't throw it away over a piece of jewelry." He looked at her, then his eyes cold and dead like a shark surfacing. "Besides, where would you go?" You have no money. You have no friends who aren't my employees. You have no family. You are nothing without me." That word, nothing, ignited a spark in the dark, cold room of her soul. That night, Alicia didn't sleep. She waited until Julian's breathing deepened into the rhythmic snore of the deeply arrogant. She packed a single duffel bag. She didn't take the jewelry. She didn't take the designer clothes. She took her passport, a stash of cash she had been hiding in a hollowed-out book for 2 years, and a photo of herself as a child, the only one she had. She walked out of the service entrance at 3:00 a.m., slipping past the doorman who was on a bathroom break. She didn't look back at the tower in the sky. She got into a yellow cab and gave the driver an address for a cheap motel in Jersey City. "Drive," she told him. "Just drive." The divorce filing hit Julian Thorne's desk 48 hours later. It was served by a nervous-looking process server who practically threw the envelope and ran before security could intercept him. Julian didn't explode. He didn't throw the vase of white lilies across the room. He simply picked up the phone and dialed a number he kept for nuclear scenarios. "Marcus," Julian said when the line connected. She actually did it. She filed. Marcus Sterling was the kind of lawyer who made devils check their contracts. He charged $2,000 an hour and had never lost a high-profile divorce case in 20 years. He was known in New York legal circles as the Butcher of Broadway for how he carved up spouses in court. "I'll handle it," Marcus said, his voice smooth like oiled leather. "What's the strategy, Julian? Do we pay her off to go away quietly?" "No," Julian said, his grip on the phone tightening until his knuckles turned white. "She humiliated me. She left in the middle of the night like a thief. I want her destroyed, Marcus. I want her to leave that courtroom with nothing but the clothes on her back. I want her reputation in tatters. I want her to wish she had never met me." "Understood," Marcus replied. "We'll paint her as unstable. We'll use her background against her. The foster care, the lack of history, we'll spin a narrative of a gold digger with a personality disorder. Who is the judge?" "It's been assigned to the 5th District Family Court," Julian said, looking at the papers. "Judge Margaret Vance." There was a pause on the line. "Vance?" Marcus sounded hesitant for the first time. "She's difficult. She's a visiting judge from the Federal Circuit stepping in due to the backlog. She's known as the Iron Lady in D.C. She doesn't take bribes, Julian, and she doesn't care about press. Everyone has a price, Marcus," Julian scoffed. "Or a weakness. Just get it done. Set the date." The weeks leading up to the trial were a nightmare for Alicia. Julian froze her joint accounts immediately. He used his connections to blacklist her from the art galleries where she might have found work. She was living in a studio apartment the size of Julian's walk-in closet working shifts at a diner under a fake name just to buy groceries. But she felt free. For the first time in 5 years, she could breathe. However, the legal onslaught was terrifying. Julian's team sent boxes of motions demands for discovery and psychological evaluations. They were trying to bury her in paperwork. Alicia's lawyer was a woman named Sarah Jenkins, a kind-hearted, overworked legal aid attorney who was the only one Alicia could afford. "They're playing dirty Alicia," Sarah said one evening, looking over a motion that claimed Alicia had a history of drug abuse, a complete fabrication. "They are trying to provoke you. They want you to snap in court so they can claim you're mentally unfit." "I won't snap," Alicia said, though her hands were shaking as she held her coffee cup. "I just want to be divorced. I don't want his money. I just want him out of my life." "We have to fight for a settlement," Sarah argued. "He abused you, Alisha. Financial abuse is abuse. Emotional abuse is abuse. You deserve compensation." "I don't care about the money." Alisha repeated, her voice small. "I'm just afraid of him. He told me he would destroy me." The court date arrived on a rainy Tuesday in April. The sky was a bruised purple, hanging low over the city. The courthouse steps were swarming with paparazzi. Julian had leaked the date. He wanted the world to see him crush her. Alisha wore a simple grey suit she had bought at a thrift store. She kept her head down, ignoring the flashes and the shouted questions about her drug problem and her secret lovers, all lies planted by Julian's PR team. Inside the courtroom was imposing. Dark wood, high ceilings, the smell of old paper and anxiety. Julian was already there, sitting at the plaintiff's table. He looked immaculate in a navy Tom Ford suit. He was laughing with Marcus Sterling looking entirely at ease. When Alisha walked in, he stopped laughing. He turned and looked at her with a smirk that chilled her blood. He mouthed one word to her. Nothing. "All rise!" The bailiff bellowed, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the gallery. The door behind the bench opened, and Judge Margaret Vance walked in. She was an older woman, perhaps in her early 60s, with steel-grey hair pulled back into a severe bun. Her robes swallowed her small frame, but her presence filled the room. She had high cheekbones and eyes that were sharp, intelligent, and currently scanning the courtroom with laser-like intensity. She sat down, adjusted her glasses, and looked at the docket. "Case number 49201, Judge Vance said, her voice raspy but commanding. "Thorne versus Thorne. Are we ready to proceed?" "Ready for the plaintiff, Your Honor," Marcus said, standing up and buttoning his jacket with a flourish. "Ready, Your Honor," Sarah Jenkins squeaked, standing up on the other side. Judge Vance looked down at Julian, then at Alisha. Her gaze lingered on Alisha for a fraction of a second longer than was usual. A flicker of something confusion recognition passed behind her eyes. But it was gone so fast, Alisha thought she imagined it. "Very well," Judge Vance said. "Mr. Sterling, you may begin your opening statement. And I warn you now, I have read the motions filed in this case. I have little patience for theatrics. Stick to the facts." Marcus Sterling walked to the center of the floor, smiling like a predator who had just smelled blood in the water. "Facts are exactly what we have, Your Honor." Marcus began, turning to the jury, though there was no jury, only the judge. He turned to the press gallery. "We will show that Alisha Thorne is a woman who systematically deceived my client, a woman who married him for his fortune, squandered his resources, and when her erratic behavior could no longer be tolerated, she fled, attempting to drag his good name through the mud." Alisha shrank in her seat. It was starting. The lies were starting. She looked up at the judge, hoping for some sign of fairness. Judge Vance was writing notes furiously, her brow furrowed. She didn't look up. Alisha felt a cold pit of despair in her stomach. Julian was right. He always won. He owned the city. What chance did she have? What she didn't know, what no one in that room knew, was that Judge Margaret Vance was not writing legal notes. She was staring at the name on the file, Alisha Vance. It was a common name. A coincidence. It had to be. But then the judge looked at the date of birth listed for the defendant, June 14th, 1996. The pen in Judge Vance's hand snapped. Marcus Sterling didn't just cross-examine witnesses. He dismantled them. He walked toward the witness stand where Alisher sat, his shoes clicking rhythmically on the hardwood floor like a ticking clock. He held a manila folder in his hand, tapping it against his thigh. "Mrs. Thorne," Marcus began, his voice deceptively gentle. "Let's discuss the timeline of your departure. You stated you left because you felt unsafe. Is that correct?" "Yes." Alisher said, her voice trembling slightly. She gripped the edges of the witness box. He was becoming increasingly controlling, aggressive. "Aggressive," Marcus repeated, tasting the word. "Interesting. Yet here I have credit card statements from the month prior to your departure, charges for spa treatments at the Mandarin Oriental lunches at Le Bernardin, a weekend trip to the Hamptons. Does this sound like the life of a prisoner?" "Mrs. Thorne, I had to keep up appearances," Alisher stammered. "Julian forced me to go to those places, to be seen." "Forced you to get a $300 massage?" Marcus raised an eyebrow, turning to the gallery. A ripple of amusement went through the spectators. Julian, sitting at the plaintiff's table, smirked. "It wasn't about the massage," Alisher pleaded. "It was about the control. I couldn't go anywhere without his permission. And yet," Marcus whipped a document out of the folder, "we have sworn affidavits from the staff at 432 Park Avenue, stating you came and went as you pleased. But let's move on to something more disturbing. Let's talk about why you really left." He placed a grainy photograph on the projector. It showed Alisher standing close to a man in a park. It looked intimate. "Who is this man, Mrs. Thorne?" Marcus demanded. Alisher squinted at the screen. That's my old art professor. I ran into him in Central Park. We spoke for 5 minutes." "5 minutes?" Marcus scoffed. "We have a witness who says you were planning to run away with him, that you were funneling Mr. Thorne's money to this man to start a new life. Isn't it true, Alisher, that you are not a victim, but an adulterer and a thief?" "No," Alisher cried out, tears spilling over. "That's a lie. Julian hired someone to take that photo out of context." "Objection!" Sarah Jenkins shouted, standing up, badgering the witness. "And this evidence was not submitted in discovery." "Sustained," Judge Vance said. Her voice was tight. She wasn't looking at Marcus. She was looking at Alisher. Specifically, she was looking at a small crescent-shaped scar on Alisher's chin, visible now that her head was thrown back in distress. The judge felt a wave of nausea. She remembered that scar. She remembered a fall from a porch swing in 1999. A crying 3-year-old. A mother kissing it better. "Mr. Sterling," Judge Vance said, cutting through the tension. "Step back." Marcus looked annoyed. "Your Honor, I am establishing credibility." "You are establishing a headache," Vance snapped. "I have a few questions for the witness. Myself." The courtroom went silent. It was highly unusual for a judge to interrupt a cross-examination to question a witness directly in a divorce trial. Judge Vance leaned forward. "Mrs. Thorne, you mentioned in your initial deposition that you have no family. Is that correct?" Alisher wiped her eyes, confused by the shift in tone. "Yes, Your Honor." "You were a ward of the state?" "Yes, in Ohio." "Which facility?" The judge's voice was barely a whisper. "St. Jude's Home for Children, just outside of Columbus," Alisher answered. "I was placed there when I was 4. "And before that," Vance pressed, "do you remember anything before that?" Alisher shook her head sadly. "Not much. I have flashes. A blue house, the smell of lavender, and a song. Someone used to hum a song to me. But the social workers told me I was abandoned, found at a bus station Judge Vance's hand went to her throat. Underneath her judicial robes, she wore a silver locket. Inside that locket was a picture of a baby girl and a lock of hair, abandoned at a bus station. That was the lie the police had told her 25 years ago. Margaret Vance hadn't abandoned her daughter. Her daughter had been taken, kidnapped by an ex-husband who had fled the country, or so she thought. Margaret had spent a decade hunting them, hiring private investigators, chasing ghosts until the trail went cold, and her heart turned to stone. She had poured herself into her career, becoming the Iron Lady, to numb the pain of the grieving mother. And now here sat the ghost. "Your Honor," Marcus Sterling interrupted, sensing he was losing momentum. "Is this relevant to the divorce proceedings?" Judge Vance snapped her head toward him, her eyes blazing with a ferocity that made Marcus take a step back. "Everything in my courtroom is relevant if I say it is Mr. Sterling. Sit down." She turned back to Alicia. She needed to be sure, 100% sure. "One last question, Mrs. Thorne," Vance said, her voice shaking. "Do you have a birthmark?" Alicia looked surprised. "Yes, on my shoulder, shaped like a small leaf." Judge Vance closed her eyes. The gavel felt heavy in her hand. It was her. It was really her. But she couldn't say it. Not yet. If she revealed her conflict of interest now, she would be removed from the case immediately. A mistrial would be declared. And Alicia would be thrown back into the shark tank, with Julian perhaps with a different judge who could be bought. Margaret Vance realized in that split second that she couldn't just be a mother today. She had to be a protector. She had to finish this trial. She had to ensure Julian Thorne couldn't hurt her daughter ever again. "Proceed, Mr. Sterling," Vance said, her voice returning to steel. "But tread carefully, very carefully." The trial dragged on for 3 more hours. Marcus Sterling, chastised but undeterred, continued to hammer Alicia. He painted her as mentally unstable, citing her memory lapses about her childhood as proof of a dissociative disorder. Julian watched it all with a bored detachment. He checked his watch. He had a dinner reservation at Per Se at 8:00 p.m. He wanted this over. Finally, it was the defense's turn. Sarah Jenkins stood up. She knew they were losing on the character front. They needed to pivot to the abuse. "I call Julian Thorne to the stand," Sarah announced. Julian buttoned his jacket and walked to the stand. He winked at the court reporter as he sat down. He swore to tell the truth, with a smile that suggested the truth was whatever he decided it was. "Mr. Thorne," Sarah began, her voice steady, despite her nerves. "You control all the finances in the marriage, correct?" "I manage our assets," Julian corrected. "Alicia is not mathematically inclined." "Is that why you gave her an allowance of $50 a week in cash?" Sarah asked. "She had credit cards," Julian dismissed. "Cards you monitored. Cards you shut off if she bought something you didn't approve of, like the time she tried to buy a plane ticket to visit a friend in Chicago." Julian's jaw tightened. She was manic. She was trying to flee. I was protecting her. Protecting her. Sarah picked up a medical report. "Let's talk about the visit to the ER on June 12, 2024. Alicia had a fractured wrist. You told the doctors she fell down the stairs." "She is clumsy," Julian said coldly. "The doctor's notes say the fracture was consistent with a defensive wound, as if she raised her hand to block a blow." "Objection," Marcus Sterling roared. "Speculation." "Overruled," Judge Vance said. She was leaning forward, staring at Julian with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. "Answer the question." To Thorne. "It was an accident." Julian snapped, his veneer of calm cracking. "She fell. I paid for the best doctors. I took care of her." "You own her," Sarah challenged. "That's what this is about. You don't love her. You possess her. And now that she's trying to leave, you're trying to break her." "She is nothing without me," Julian shouted, slamming his hand on the witness stand. The sound echoed through the room. "She was a stray. I picked up off the street. I gave her a life. I gave her a name. And this is how she repays me, by dragging me into this filth." "Mr. Thorne, compose yourself," Judge Vance warned. "No." Julian stood up, ignoring the protocol. He felt the heat rising in his neck. He wasn't used to being questioned. He wasn't used to women speaking back to him. Not his wife, not this lawyer, and certainly not this old judge. "I am the victim here. I am the one losing millions because of her instability." "Sit down, Mr. Thorne," Judge Vance ordered. "I will not." Julian stepped down from the witness box. He began to pace the floor. His eyes locked on Alisha. She was shrinking back in her chair, terrified. "Look at her," Julian sneered, pointing a finger at Alisha. "Acting the victim. You know the truth, Alisha. You know you're weak. You know you'll come crawling back once the money runs out." "I won't," Alisha whispered. "I hate you." The words were soft, but in the silent courtroom they landed like a slap. Julian stopped pacing. He turned slowly toward the defense table. His face went red, then a terrifying shade of purple. The monster that lived behind the CEO mask broke free. "What did you say?" he hissed. "I said I hate you," Alisha said louder, finding her courage. "And I'm not coming back. I'd rather starve." Julian moved before the bailiff could react. He closed the distance between them in 2 long strides. He didn't see the judge, the lawyers, or the cameras. All he saw was the possession that had dared to defy him. "You ungrateful bitch!" He raised his hand and swung. Crack! The sound of his palm connecting with her cheek was sickeningly loud. Alisha's head snapped to the side. She gasped, clutching her face, shock overriding the pain for a split second. The courtroom erupted. "Hey!" The bailiff tackled Julian, pinning him against the defense table. Sarah Jenkins screamed. Julian was struggling, his eyes wild. "She's mine. She's my wife. I can do what I want. Silence!" The voice didn't come from the bailiff. It came from the bench. Judge Margaret Vance was standing. She had ripped off her glasses. Her chest was heaving. The professional distance, the judicial temperament, it was all gone. She pointed a trembling finger at the bailiff. "Get him off her. Handcuff him. Now." She looked at Julian, who was currently being subdued. His expensive suit rumpled his face, pressed against the wood. Then she looked at Alisha. Alisha was sobbing quietly, holding her cheek. The sight broke whatever dam had been holding Margaret Vance back for 25 years. She didn't care about the mistrial. She didn't care about the judicial board. She stepped down from the high bench. She walked past the court reporter, past the stunned lawyers, and went straight to the defense table. "Are you okay?" Judge Vance asked, her voice cracking. Alisha looked up, eyes wide with fear. I... Judge Vance reached out and gently moved Alisha's hand away from her cheek. The skin was already turning red. The judge turned to the room. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was thunder. "You just struck the defendant in a court of law," Vance said to Julian, who was now cuffed and being hauled to his feet. She provoked me, Julian spat. And who are you to judge me? You're just a civil servant. I am a federal judge, Vance said, stepping closer to him until she was inches from his face. But before that, I am a mother. The room went dead silent. Even the paparazzi outside seemed to hush. Your Honor, Marcus Sterling whispered, pale as a sheet. What are you saying? Judge Vance turned back to Alicia. She reached into her robes and pulled out the silver locket. She opened it with shaking fingers and held it out to Alicia. Look at the photo, Alicia, she whispered. Alicia looked. She saw the baby. She saw the lock of hair. But more importantly, she saw the woman holding the baby. It was a younger, happier version of the woman standing in front of her. That's me, Alicia whispered. I have that same picture in my bag. Judge Vance let out a sob that sounded like a laugh. I know. I took it. The day you were born. She looked at Julian Thorne, her eyes cold as the grave. You didn't just strike your wife, Mr. Thorne, Judge Vance said, her voice carrying to the back of the room, clear and terrifying. You just struck my daughter. The silence that had fallen over courtroom 304 shattered like glass. The gallery erupted into a cacophony of shouts, camera shutters, and gasps. The press pushed against the wooden railing, desperate to capture the image of the year a federal judge descending from the bench to embrace the defendant she had just identified as her long-lost child. Order, order in the court, the bailiff screamed, though his heart wasn't in it. He was too busy twisting Julian Thorne's arm behind his back. Get your hands off me! Julian roared, his face pressed against the floorboards. Do you know who I am? I will buy your precinct and turn it into a parking lot. This is a conspiracy. That woman is lying. Marcus Sterling, the butcher of Broadway, looked as if he had just swallowed a live grenade. He scrambled to his feet, his composure gone. Your Honor, Judge Vance, this is highly irregular. I demand a mistrial. You are biased. You just claimed the defendant is your daughter. Margaret. Vance turned slowly from Alicia. She still had one hand on Alicia's shoulder, a touch so light it was almost a question. She looked at Marcus Sterling with eyes that were no longer just judicial. They were predatory. You want a mistrial, Mr. Sterling? Margaret said, her voice cutting through the noise. You will get one. I am recusing myself from the divorce proceedings effective immediately. The conflict of interest is obvious. She pointed a shaking finger at Julian, who was being hauled to his feet, his lip bleeding where he had bitten it in the struggle. But, Margaret continued, her voice rising to a shout that silenced the room again. The assault I just witnessed, the assault everyone just witnessed, is not a matter of family court. That is a criminal act, committed in open court, against a witness, in front of a federal judge. She turned to the bailiff. Officer, arrest Mr. Thorne. Charges are assault in the 3rd degree, contempt of court, and threatening a federal official. Read him his rights. Get him out of my sight. You can't do this. Julian spat, struggling against the cuffs. She's insane. She's making it up. Alicia has no mother. She's a gutter rat. Take him, Margaret commanded. As Julian was dragged out, screaming obscenities that would be printed on the front page of the New York Post. The next morning, Margaret turned back to Alicia. The courtroom was clearing out the bailiffs, forcing the press into the hallway. Sarah Jenkins, Alicia's lawyer, stood with her mouth open, clutching her files. Is it true? Alicia whispered, looking at the woman who had just saved her. She felt dizzy. The adrenaline of the slap was fading, replaced by a surreal fog. "Are you—" Margaret nodded, tears finally spilling over her iron cheeks. 25 years, Alicia. Your name was Lily. Lily Vance. Your father. My ex-husband. He took you when you were 3. He told me he was taking you for ice cream. I never saw either of you again." Alicia felt a headache splitting her skull. "He told me my parents died in a car crash. Then he left me at a bus station. He was a cruel man," Margaret said, her voice trembling. "And when the police found his car abandoned at the border, they told me you were likely gone too. But I never stopped looking. I checked the national foster databases every week for 10 years. But if he changed your name, if he never registered you—" "I was just Jane Doe until I was 7, Alicia said softly. Margaret reached out and took Alicia's hands. They were cold. "We will do the DNA test. We will do everything by the book, so no one can question it. But I know. I saw your eyes. I saw the scar on your chin. I know my own heart." Sarah Jenkins stepped forward tentatively. "Judge Vance, Margaret, if this is true, the divorce case, Julian's lawyers will destroy us. They'll say you orchestrated the whole thing. They'll claim judicial misconduct." Margaret wiped her face, the Iron Lady, returning for a brief moment. "Let them try. Julian Thorne just assaulted a woman on camera. He's not fighting a divorce anymore, Sarah. He's fighting for his freedom. And I promise you—" She looked at the door where Julian had been dragged out. "I know the district attorney personally. Julian isn't going to get a plea deal. He's going to get a war. Julian Thorne made bail, of course. $2 million was pocket change to a man whose net worth fluctuated by that amount every hour." He walked out of the precinct at 4:00 a.m., flanked by a phalanx of new lawyers. Marcus Sterling had been fired before the handcuffs were even off. Julian blamed him for the ambush. Julian's PR team went into overdrive. They spun the narrative. Judge Vance was a lonely, delusional woman who had imprinted on a vulnerable girl. The slap, a moment of extreme emotional distress caused by his wife's lies. They painted Julian as the victim of a judicial conspiracy. But while Julian was fighting the PR war, Margaret Vance was fighting a different battle. She took a leave of absence from the bench. She moved Alicia out of the tiny studio apartment and into her townhouse in Georgetown, a fortress of brick and ivy. For the first time in her life, Alicia had a room that wasn't temporary. She had a mother who made her tea in the morning and sat with her on the patio, looking at old photo albums, filling in the blank pages of Alicia's memory. "I liked strawberries," Alicia said one morning, pointing to a picture of a toddler smeared with red jam. "You loved them." Margaret smiled, though her eyes were tired. "You used to scream if we tried to give you bananas." But the peace was fragile. The DNA results had come back 99.9% match. They were mother and daughter. The relief was overwhelming, but the threat of Julian still loomed. "He's not going to stop, Mum." Alicia said the word mum, feeling strange, but wonderful on her tongue. He sent a threatening letter to Sarah. He's threatening to sue her for malpractice. He wants to bankrupt everyone who helped me. Margaret set down her tea. "He's a bully, Lily. Sorry, Alicia. Old habits. He's used to buying his way out of trouble. But he made a mistake." "What mistake?" "He forgot who I was before I was a judge," Margaret said darkly. "I was a forensic accountant for the SEC." Margaret led Alicia into the study. The mahogany desk was covered in boxes of financial documents. Not Julian's personal accounts, Those were locked down tight, but the public filings of Thorn Dynamics. "I've been going through his company's public records," Margaret explained, putting on her reading glasses. "And looking at the documents Sarah got during discovery, Julian is hiding money, massive amounts of it. But he's not hiding it in the Cayman Islands. He's hiding it closer to home." She pulled out a file labeled Vesta Holdings. "What is this?" Alicia asked. "It's a shell company," Margaret said, "registered in Nevada. It owns 3 warehouses in New Jersey and holds the patent rights to some of Thorn Dynamics' core technology. It's worth about $400 million. So, Margaret looked at her daughter with a mix of pity and fury. "Look at the primary shareholder." Alicia looked at the document. Her eyes widened. Director Alicia Thorn. I never signed this," Alicia stammered. "I don't own a company. I don't know what this is." "He forged your signature," Margaret said, her voice ice cold. "Or he slipped it into the stack of papers you signed when you bought the penthouse. He's been funneling profits into this company under your name to avoid paying corporate taxes. If the IRS found this, they wouldn't arrest him, Alicia. They would arrest you." Alicia felt sick. "That's why he wouldn't let me leave. That's why he said I was nothing without him." "He needed you," Margaret realized, slamming her hand on the desk. "You weren't just a trophy wife. You were his scapegoat. You were his human shield. If the feds ever investigated him, he planned to claim you were the mastermind behind the embezzlement. He chose you because you had no family to fight for you, no one to ask questions." The cruelty of it was breathtaking. Julian hadn't just abused her. He had set her up to take the fall for a massive financial crime. He had planned to discard her into a prison cell whenever he was done with her. "What do we do?" Alicia asked, panic rising. "If my name is on those papers, I'm liable." Margaret stood up. She walked to the window and looked out at the street where a black sedan had been parked for 2 days, Julian's private security, watching them. "We don't play defense anymore," Margaret said, turning back. "We have the DNA test, we have the assault charge, and now we have the fraud." She picked up the phone. "Who are you calling?" "The FBI," Margaret said. "I have an old friend in the white-collar crimes division. Julian thinks he's fighting a divorce case. He thinks he's fighting a PR war. But he's about to find out that he's been building his empire on a landmine, and we are going to step on it." 3 days later, Julian Thorn sat in his office at the top of the Thorn Tower. He was feeling better. His new lawyers assured him the assault charge would be pleaded down to a misdemeanor with community service. The Judge Mom story was fading from the news cycle, replaced by a celebrity scandal in Hollywood. He looked out at the city. He had won. Alicia was hiding in D.C., but she would run out of money eventually. Margaret Vance couldn't support her forever. He would crush them both in civil court. His intercom buzzed. "Mr. Thorn." It was his new assistant. She sounded terrified. "What is it?" Julian snapped. "I told you no interruptions." "Sir, there are people here to see you." "I don't have appointments." "They didn't make an appointment, sir. They have a warrant." The double doors to his office burst open. Julian stood up, ready to shout, but the words died in his throat. It wasn't the NYPD. A dozen agents in windbreakers swarmed into the room. The letters on their jackets were yellow and bold FBI. Leading them was a tall man with a grim face, and behind him, looking calm and collected in a cream-colored suit, was Margaret Vance. "Julian Thorn," the lead agent said. "You are under arrest for securities fraud, tax evasion, money laundering, and identity theft." "This is insane," Julian shouted, backing away toward the window. "You have no proof." Margaret stepped forward. She held up a copy of the Vesta Holdings Incorporation papers. "We have the papers, Julian," she said softly. "The ones you made Alicia sign. But you made a mistake. You see on the date these papers were signed in New York. Alicia was in the hospital with a broken wrist. The broken wrist you gave her. We have the hospital records. We have the GPS data from your phone placing you at the notary's office alone. You framed your wife, Julian, and you did a sloppy job of it." Julian's face went white. The arrogance drained out of him, leaving only a hollow, terrified shell. "Alicia," he whispered, looking past Margaret to the hallway where Alicia stood. She wasn't hiding anymore. She was watching him, her face impassive. "She's not your shield anymore," Margaret said, stepping aside as the agents moved in with handcuffs. "She's your accuser." The Federal District Court of New York was a different beast entirely from the family court where Julian Thorne had first unraveled. There was no warmth here, no wooden benches scarred by decades of petty disputes. This room was cold, modern, and clinical, a sterile theater designed for the dissection of high crimes. For 3 weeks, the trial of United States versus Julian Thorne had captivated the nation. The media called it the Gilded Trap, a saga of abuse masked by billions of dollars. But inside the courtroom it wasn't a saga. It was a slaughter. Julian sat at the defendant's table, but he was not the man who had strutted into Judge Vance's courtroom months ago. The navy Tom Ford suits were gone, replaced by a subdued charcoal jacket that seemed a size too big, as if he had shrunk under the weight of his own looming destruction. His skin was sallow, his eyes rimmed with the dark circles of a man who hadn't slept since the FBI kicked down his door. Opposite him, sitting in the front row of the gallery, was Alicia. She sat beside Margaret Vance, her hand resting lightly in her mother's. She didn't look terrified anymore. She looked like a witness to a funeral for someone she had never truly known. "The prosecution calls Special Agent Miller back to the stand," the Assistant U.S. Attorney announced. Agent Miller, the man who had led the raid on Thorne Tower, took the stand. He adjusted the microphone, his face impassive. "Agent Miller," the prosecutor began, pacing slowly in front of the jury box. "Let's discuss Exhibit 4A. The Vesta Holdings Incorporation documents. The defense claims Mr. Thorne had no knowledge of this shell company, and that his wife, the alleged owner, was acting independently. Is that consistent with your findings?" "It is not," Miller stated flatly. "Please explain." Miller clicked a remote, and a massive screen on the wall illuminated. It showed a digital breakdown of a wire transfer. "We traced the IP addresses used to set up the offshore accounts for Vesta Holdings," Miller explained, pointing to the screen. "They didn't originate from a library or a personal laptop. They originated from a secure server located physically inside Mr. Thorne's private office. A server that requires biometric authentication to access, specifically a retinal scan." A murmur rippled through the jury. Julian stiffened. "Furthermore," Miller continued, relentless, "we recovered deleted emails from Mr. Thorne's personal cloud server. In an email dated January 14th to his Cayman banker's subject line, 'The insurance policy,' Mr. Thorne wrote, 'Ensure the assets are moved to the Vesta account under her name. If the SEC ever sniffs around, I need a patsy. She's perfect for it. She signs whatever I put in front of her.'" The courtroom gasped. It was the smoking gun, the nail in the coffin. Julian closed his eyes. His lawyer, a high-priced fixer named Reynolds, who looked like he regretted taking the case, put a hand on Julian's arm. Julian shook it off violently. "He's lying," Julian hissed loud enough for the jury to hear. "That email is a fabrication. They hacked me. They planted it. Mr. Thorne, the presiding judge." Judge Keller warned, Control yourself. I am the victim here. Julian stood up, the old arrogance flickering like a dying flame. I built this city. I provide power to millions. You think you can take me down with some typed words? I am Julian Thorne. Sit down, Judge Keller banged his gavel. But the damage was done. The jury wasn't looking at a titan of industry. They were looking at a cornered rat. The closing arguments were brutal. The prosecution painted a picture not of a genius, but of a parasite, a man who fed on the trust of the public and the vulnerability of his wife. They detailed the $400 million, siphoned away the taxes evaded, and the calculated cruelty of setting up Alisha to take the fall. When the jury returned, it took them less than 4 hours. We find the defendant Julian Thorne guilty on all counts, the foreman read. Julian didn't react. He stared straight ahead at the empty space of the wall, his jaw locked. The sentencing hearing 2 weeks later was the final act. The courtroom was packed. Every major news outlet was there. Alisha took the stand to give a victim impact statement. She walked to the podium, her legs shaking slightly, but her head held high. She wore a simple white blouse, a stark contrast to the grey prison jumpsuit Julian now wore. For 5 years, Alisha spoke into the microphone, her voice soft but clear. I was told I was nothing. I was told I was lucky to be allowed in the room. I was told that without Julian Thorne, I would cease to exist. She looked directly at Julian. He refused to meet her eyes, staring down at his shackled hands. But I learned something during this trial, she continued. Power isn't about money. It isn't about controlling people. Power is about the truth. You tried to bury the truth about your company, and you tried to bury the truth about me. You tried to erase my past, my family, and my voice. But you failed. She took a breath, feeling Margaret's presence behind her like a shield. I am not Mrs. Thorne. I am not your victim anymore. I am the daughter of Margaret Vance, and I am the woman who brought you down. She stepped off the stand. The silence in the room was heavy, profound. Judge Keller adjusted his glasses and looked down at Julian. Mr. Thorne, your crimes are egregious. You didn't just steal money. You attempted to steal a life. You weaponized the legal system and the financial system to enslave your spouse. In my 20 years on the bench, I have rarely seen such calculated malice. The judge scribbled on his paper, then looked up. I sentence you to 25 years in federal prison. You will be remanded to the custody of the U.S. Marshals immediately. God have mercy on your soul, because this court has none. The gavel struck. The sound marked the end of an era. As the marshals hauled Julian away, he finally looked back. He looked at the gallery, his eyes wild, searching for Alisha. Alisha, he shouted, his voice cracking. Alisha, tell them I loved you. Alisha didn't turn away. She watched him being dragged through the door, the heavy steel clanging shut behind him. Then she turned to her mother. Let's go home, she said. 18 months later, the gallery in Georgetown was a warm refuge from the crisp October wind. It was a small, intimate space, the kind with creaky hardwood floors and exposed brick walls that whispered of history. Tonight it was alive with the hum of conversation and the clinking of champagne flutes. The exhibition was titled Reclamation. The paintings were vibrant, chaotic, and beautiful. They depicted scenes of storms breaking into sunlight, of birds escaping cages of flowers, growing through cracks in concrete. They were raw, emotional, and undeniably powerful. Alisha moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations with a grace she had had to relearn. She wasn't the timid mouse she had been in the penthouse. She stood taller now. Her hair was cut in a stylish bob, framing a face that had filled out, losing the gaunt, haunted look of the past. She stopped in front of the largest canvas. It was an abstract piece, a swirl of angry greys and blacks being overtaken by a piercing, brilliant silver light. "It's the best one," a voice said beside her. Alisha smiled and turned to see Margaret. Her mother looked radiant. The lines of worry that had etched her face during the trial had smoothed out. She held 2 glasses of sparkling cider. "I named it the Gavel," Alisha said, taking a glass. Margaret laughed, a rich, hearty sound. "Subtle." "I don't do subtle anymore," Alisha teased. "I had enough silence to last a lifetime." They stood there for a moment, just breathing in the reality of their life. It hadn't been easy. There were months of therapy nightmares where Alisha would wake up screaming that Julian was in the room. There were days when the media attention was suffocating. But they had faced it together. They had made up for 25 lost years, one Sunday dinner, one movie night, one long walk at a time. A young woman with a press badge approached them. She looked nervous, clutching a recorder. "Excuse me," the reporter said. "I'm from the Washingtonian. I just wanted to say that your work is incredible. It feels very personal." "It is," Alisha said. "The critics are calling you the phoenix of the art world," the reporter noted, checking her notes. "But they're still debating how to refer to you. The program just says Lily. Is that a stage name?" Alisha looked at the painting again. She looked at the silver light cutting through the darkness. She thought about the name Julian had given her, a label of ownership. Then she thought about the name on her birth certificate, the name that had been whispered by a grieving mother for 2 decades. "It's not a stage name," she said. She turned to the reporter, her smile beaming. "My name is Lily Vance, and this," she gestured to Margaret, "is my mother." The reporter smiled and scribbled it down. "Lily Vance. It has a nice ring to it." "It sounds like freedom," Margaret whispered, squeezing her daughter's shoulder. As the night wound down, the crowd began to thin. Lily and Margaret walked out onto the street, the autumn leaves crunching under their boots. The air was cold, but Lily didn't feel it. She looked up at the night sky, clear and full of stars. For the first time in her life, she didn't wonder where she would be tomorrow. She didn't wonder if she would be safe. She knew exactly who she was, and she knew exactly where she was going. She was Lily Vance, and she was finally, truly home. What a journey. From the gilded cage of a billionaire's penthouse to the emotional reunion in a courtroom, Lily's story proves that truth always finds a way to the surface. Julian thought his money could buy him silence, but he forgot that a mother's love is the one force on earth that cannot be bought, sold, or intimidated. If this story touched your heart, or if you just loved seeing justice served to an arrogant bully, please hit that like button. It really helps the channel grow and lets us know you want more stories like this. What do you think? Was 25 years in prison enough for Julian, or did he deserve worse? And would you have forgiven him if he apologized? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I read every single one. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new story. We have a thrilling tale coming up next week about a CEO who fires his janitor, only to realize the janitor owns the building. You won't want to miss it. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video.